Thanks. Good one. Hello, hello. Early morning, late night, you guys decide. It's 6 a.m. and here I am. First things first. It's been a long day, but we're coming back to the issue that we had last time with accessing a deeply nested object. And guess what? I figured out a solution from last night. So what I realized was we need to be returning the exact state of the object every layer that we go down. That is why it's not advised to have nested objects, because obviously it gets more and more complicated the deeper you go, right? But I feel it's not as bad because we can do state. So we get everything that's in our current state. Then in status, which is our nested level, we return the entire status. Then in secure storage, we return the entire status. Then in keys, I realize why it's overriding. So if we go and look now, we're going to go to system, status, secure, keys. Notice it's only Amelia, right? And I realize because that is spreading what the current action is into it. But we're not actually copying what the existing one is. So what I realize we have to do is basically do state.status.secure storage initialize this current thing as it is .keys. So we want to return the entire keys and then return action.status. So in theory, come on. And there you go. We got the 3 keys. Bob, George, and Amelia. How's that? Then another thing that kept me up a bit was, do I need them this deeply nested? Because we have system. We want to know what the state of system is. Is it initialized, true or false? Then we have everything under status, and I'm like, is it too deeply nested? What if just under status we add secure storage? So for every system, we have a key, so secure storage. Otherwise it's status, and that doesn't really make sense. So I'm thinking if I pull it out one, then it's secure storage, then I just have enabled, true or false. And if it is enabled, we have keys. With the keys, I think I could still have keys under it. And then I can have Bob active, false, and the reason why it's not active. The specified key could not be found. So I'm guessing that's the approach that we can take. So yeah, let's do that. We're going to get rid of status. We're just going to go secure storage. So we need to get one of these out, like so. Then we're going to have secure storage. And it's not going to be initialized, it's just going to be secure storage. And then secure storage here. And then keys are going to fall under secure storage. And then action.status, like so. So let's compare it to the previous one and see if we like it. Wait, why is it still under initialized? Oh, because the previous one, right? Yeah. So state, there's not going to be a status. There's just going to be secure storage. And I wonder if it should be enabled. Maybe just initialized. But isn't the other one called initialized as well? Let's just have it enabled, I guess. And then this one, there's going to be no status. It's just going to be secure storage. And then secure storage. No status. And then secure storage enabled false. Reason not action. So I think that should theoretically be it. Like so. So now that we have it like so, we get system, initialized, false. And then we get to see which part of each system. Secure storage. Enabled, true. Why is it not initialized though? Oh, because we broke it somewhere, I think. I remember last night we were testing. So initialize should be true once everything is done. And then we'll see each aspect of the system. Secure storage. Enable true. Shouldn't we have some keys though? Hold on. I feel we have some kind of error. State.status. Where's status? Oh. Okay, so wherever we see status, it needs to go. So wherever we see status. Dot status. I think that was the only place we had it. So that should be it. Is that it? Let us see. System. Secure storage. Enable true, but still, I think we have something else. State.status is undefined. Where do I keep getting status? That's action.status, that's fine, but where's status itself? I feel this is an old message. Well, I could just be wrong. Hold on, let's reload, hard reload. Okay, this one doesn't seem to have that error. And let's check the Redux store. Excellent, there we are. Secure storage, keys, there we go. That's all the keys that are enabled. Bob, George, Amelia. Amazing. And we can see if they're active. False. And there we go. Enable true. True, true. Secure storage is enabled. And these are the keys that fall under secure storage. Now we still needed to deal with the fact of what happens if it's empty. So if not value, key not found. And there's a system storage error. Which is great. So let's see what happens if we get a system storage error. Let's see what that looks like. I'm thinking that no, it's fine. We can leave it like that. It's not a problem. Cool. So we know that that works as well. Beautiful. But what if it's empty? Because right now it's saying the key is not found, but I think it's going to also be true. And let's see, what if we give it user? So instead of Amelia, we're going to pass in user. And I want to see if it's going to complain, because I think user does exist. Yeah, user exists, but I want to see what happens if user is empty. If it's going to treat it the same as it doesn't exist, because then I think we need to separate that. Yeah, it treats it the same. Because it can find it, it's just empty. So let's go to the service action. If not value, and wait, how can we check for if it exists but it's, if it does exist and it's blank? So if you flip, let me check something. But if I remember correctly, if you go not false, it becomes false. So you're getting the exact opposite. So not true is true. And then an empty string is false. So what happens if you do not undefined? Undefined is false. So we know it exists, but it's empty. I want to see if there's a method that checks if a key exists. Is there an API for it? Local storage JavaScript API. Where's the API for it? So there's get and set. I'm wondering how we can deal with this. So user is there. I wonder if it throws an error. I'm actually very curious now. But it will reject anyway if not value. It will have to be another if statement, I guess. If value. Is it a string though? Let's do a log. Value. And then let's also do a I want to know what the value, because it's obviously empty, but can we see what value it is? Seems to be a string. If I remember correctly, it always has to store it as a string. Should we put a Bob in there? Bob is one of them, right? George. George. Let's try putting George in there. Now it's an object. Now let's see what it thinks of George. It just reset it. Shall we do a quick secure storage dot set that should work, I think. Let's see what George is set to. There's George. George storage. Object. Okay, and the key value, yes. Type of value is an object. Ah. So those are three types, right? String, or we could just do type of. It's either we do this or we do type of. Let's try value, type of string, I am a string. Wait, there's something wrong with this. Unexpected token type of. Or is it this way? If type of value equal to string, was it this way? I think it was this way. Or was it this? Or do I do it like this? Why is it complaining? Type of comparison should be to string literals. I don't want to do like the literal check, which is what we're doing now. So for string, I remember you could do it like this, right? String literal. Or array.isArray value, or I just realized something now. We do need to check for empties. Because if you're just checking for an object, it won't work. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you just check if it's an array, that it could have values inside of it. Okay, so it should say I am empty to user. Bob storage, there you go. George is obviously not empty, and then user, I am empty. Problem now is it's firing for Bob, but Bob doesn't even exist. And that's an issue. Wait, I am logging value, aren't I? Key value and type of value, so I am logging that. So then if the key doesn't exist, why does it respond? It should throw some kind of error. There's Bob, and the key value obviously is empty, but Bob doesn't exist, so how can you get a key for something that doesn't exist? That's what blows my mind. Secure storage.get key, and yet key doesn't exist. Doesn't throw an error, just returns blank. So maybe we need to just more generalize our error message to just be like, it's either empty or doesn't exist. And then just not worry about all this shit. I think that'll be the best option. So, where's our system? Oh wait, we have it in a constant. In a actual constant, if I remember correctly, system. What are you complaining about? Preferred export default. Okay, that should be a bit better now. The specified key is either empty or could not be found. Perfect. The thing is that store is not quite what I want. The reason being is because... Wait, what about George? Because we have a user read success, that's why, and we have nothing under user read success. Storage read success. Don't need all that now that we got it working. So storage read success is basically going to be state, secure storage, so we just want keys. So we should still see George now. Oh, but I may not be returning it. So let us go to system. And where we do get secure storage, it resolves with value. Okay, and then under the action for system, failure is that, but what is success? Type, read success, and user, whereas before it was status. So I think we still need status. Active, true. All we care about it is if it's active. And then we return type, user, and status. And then we go to our system reducer and where storage read success is enabled, we do state.secure storage.keys and then action.status. Perfect. Now it should show as enabled. And there you go. George, active, true. And if there is a value, then it's going to be active. Cool. That's good. Can't believe we finally got it working. It's so amazing. Can clean this up at last. It's not technically a system storage key not found. It's empty, but how do we check if a value... There's technically an object, isn't it? I think the biggest issue is because secure storage.get key. Wait, let's try this. Let's see what test is and then log the ultimate test being test. I want to see if maybe the other version of doing this will throw an error. So it's null. Interesting. So the ultimate test returns null, whereas user just returns an empty string. And the other one just returns... The ultimate. Where's number 2? There it is. So the browser native way of doing it returns null. The library returns an empty string, which is not good for us. Okay, so now we know which one's more reliable, huh? Cool beans. I want to see if there's another way. Maybe if I check the... What if I try to add an item to that object? Because it's not always an object, it's a key and we need to check the value in it and we don't know what it could be inside of it. I think we're gonna have to use the local storage. What? So value wait, what if it actually errors out? Oh, there you go. If local storage dot get item not equal to null, is it wrong to check against null? Is it an anti-pattern? What if it always returns a null and that's the only way I can check based on it? Key not found. Key. And then if not value, reject system.storage.key key not found. There, now we should get a completely different message. So if we check the Redux state, for Bob, it failed because the specified key could not be found. For the user, it failed because the specified key is empty. I'm happy with that. And what if there's an error? Did we wipe storage? I don't think so. We can do that, value, and then we do value. It's either value or an empty string. I mean an empty object. If not, value, I guess. And wait, if not value, that will be not because it's empty. Is there a way around that? There is. If not value, and because I'll check if it doesn't exist or it's null, and local storage.getItem key not equal to null. So now it will leave keys that already exist, that are already there. Then we secure storage.set key. Why don't I do it in one step? Why am I doing it in multiple steps? I can just do it in one step like that. There you go. Let's see what the logs say. George is empty. What? How is George empty? How? Oh, it's not equal to null. It has to equal null. My bad. I had it wrong. The specified key is empty for Bob. Now it's wrong. Why is user rejecting with the specified key could not be found? If local storage.getItemKey equal to null, reject system storage.key is empty. Actually, we can do for both of these. Now I've realized, same as the top. So this should work now. So Bob failed with specified keys empty. User failed with the specified key could not be found. It's the wrong way around. Let's go back to the time where we had logs. Okay, ultimate test is null for Bob. So Bob is null, test 2 is nothing. Then George and then what about user? User really is empty. So why is it that user? Oh, because null is that it doesn't exist. If it's empty, it exists. So if not value, and it's equal to null, then the key doesn't exist. Otherwise, the key is empty. Let's look at that now. Beautiful. I think we got it down now. So keys, Bob should now be, could not be found. The specified key could not be found. Great. User should be, the specified key is empty. Great, that's the way it should be. That's the way, aha, aha, I like it. All these console logs can go. If it isn't. Let's see what it actually passes in for this, because that's one thing I don't think I tested. Well, that's for the creation, isn't it? So I'd have to delete user and reload and hope it creates user, which it should. Wait. It should have created it. This is under update secure storage. User key does not exist. If not secure storage.get key and and it's equal to null. Now it should be like key exists, user exists. Actually, we're done with this task now. Cool. When do we call update? I'm wondering. Do we call update at any point in time? Let's check system actions. Initialize, get. Shouldn't it be an update? I think it should be. It should be an initialize. Let's see what happens if it's empty. Okay, let's find testing this. What's up, King Cold? Are you heading to bed soon? How are you doing? I'm so late today. What is new with you, buddy? My Discord bot says hi? Really? You have a Discord bot? That's so cool. That's amazing. How cool is that? You have a Discord bot? I need to create me a Discord bot. Will be something fun to do. Did you have fun making it, King Cold? I'm working in English. You're invited if you want. Cool, let me have a look. That's cool. I like the ping pong. Hello. That's so cool. King Cold from Dragon Ball Legendary. Look at this. Look at King Cold. Oh no. Let's get the full URL then. Ho ho! Isn't it funny when you think about their names? Because you know Freezer, right? It basically sounds like freezing, like a fridge. And then King Cold, because you know, cold. And isn't Vegeta from the planet Vegetable? Vegeta, vegetable. Excellent. You should probably delete this, by the way. Remove this, King Cold, out of your... Commit this again and remove this, because if someone has access to your client token, I think they can use your bot. So whenever you publish things with APIs and keys and stuff, just remove it when you publish it. Or just put token or something here, because otherwise someone can use this. You know what I mean? So I would go remove this and then create a new key, generate a new key, otherwise someone can use this key. Did you get that, King Cold? Okay, so when we log in, we need to make sure that we also copy the stuff. So when we initialize, no more Bob, no more George. And get secure storage keys needs to be local storage keys. This will just update a key one at a time. But for get secure storage keys, we can make it take keys. Nice. Okay, King Code. I'll have to take a look. Isn't this a key? Oh, we need a return, don't we? You like it? Yeah, I like the fact that you could do different things, and you set that all up, so it's pretty awesome, King Cold. It's really awesome how much you set up in that short amount of time. So this should still work the same. Keys dot map, and then we did a key, or rather return key. Or empty object. And we don't need any of that. Should just be that. And then wherever we used it, initialize, get secure storage keys. I think it was just in the one place, and then turn that to that. And then in the system service, we need to change it to get secure storage. Keys. Oh, but we don't know what key we're getting, that's the only issue. So if it rejects, we just wasted our time for nothing. Well, it's not a waste, we learned something, but yeah, we can't do it this way. Because, unless, hold up. Before we pull the trigger on this, can we do multiple? For every key, do keys for each. Action.status can be an object and it can have several things in it. Oh, and we need to know if it's an error or not. So if I resolve, I get the success one. If I reject, I get the failure one. So how do we combine them for each one? Do a for each. System service.secure storage keys. Wonder what happens if I were to wrap this. Inside of in a map. Let's try it. Const test equal to keys dot map key changes to key, then user, return success, user, catch error, return failure error. Oh, because we won't know overall if this get secure storage key succeeded. We won't know which read request failed. But we could potentially batch them all together, because then you just give it a list of keys and it'll do keys.map. I don't know how I feel about it, batching it. I feel it's just going to ramp up the complexity, because then you're also not going to know if it fails for each time it fails, for each key that it fails. So let's undo. Let's completely undo this. At least we know we can do it. But it's not going to be worth it in our case here. And our system. Cool. So we wanted to initialize secure storage. Then we wanted to get secure storage key request, which is user dot, what was the other stuff we had? Was it user dot, what did we have? Let me go to the user constants now, because I don't remember what we had. User was, oh, it was system. System dot user key. System dot What the hell? Storage. There you go. System.storage.user key. So that's what we're waiting to get. Then we dispatch success. For each one we would have added obviously here. And then after we've gotten storage key, shouldn't we, when we get storage key in the user reducer, add it to users? Storage read success, there we go. So storage read success inside of user, in a user reducer. Storage read success, there you go, return. Action. Is it .user? Do we have anything right now to test on? But that's what it essentially should be. Okay, so let's try log in, log out now. So if we oh, that's why, because the login, it doesn't update. And that's something we need to fix on login. So in app, what is the latest state that changes that we can reliably call? We don't want logged in. If initialize true and logged in, maybe? Or if logged in. Should it be if logged in? Then we should update system actions. I think so. Let's do the login one now. We don't need get state, I think. So dispatch request system.service.update secure storage key, the key given, and the value. Oh, we kind of do need get state. Which one is the state that we want? Isn't it authentication? No, it's user. Because when we're logged in, isn't it? Doesn't it get stored into user? Yeah, it does. That's from user, right? Yeah. And then we want to get the JS night. What do you mean? Then we want to get username from user. So now we have the username, and then we want to update the key user. Never mind, we can't do it this way. Because then this is static. Grr. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. So I have an idea. As long as we export update secure storage key, which we are, then in our app we can just copy. Let's get username out of like so, and let's return username. And then if we take username over here like so, then we do a use effect for logged in. If logged in and if logged in and initialized, we need to call that other function we created. Authenticate, initialize. So we just call it update. And pass it in. We need the user const now. Import star as user from user. Then we should be able to do user I think it's this one. Storage.user key. And then we can do system.storage.user key. So we need to pass it user key. What else do we need to pass it? Which was a key and the value. That should put it in user, right? So we gave it user, and we gave it the value. Now I think it does object.assign in the background. So then hopefully that means that when you log in, it will store it to state, into storage. Let's see if I'm right. Okay, something got stored in there at least. And it obviously got stored in Redux. So now if I reload, let's see what happens. Welcome back. Okay, cool. But user is empty. User is empty. Even though in storage we have a user, but user is empty. And the reason for that is it's in the Redux store. There's user. So action.user. Now what would have that given us if we're in state? Let's check state now. Wait, where's user state? What did I call it? Got read success. Why didn't we? Oh, there it is. Action reducer value, there it is. So action.user is an object which has username inside of it. So action.user should give an object. Should, theoretically. But user is empty. So it's not log out. So on storage read success, return action.user. So we're definitely getting into read success. There's no doubt about that, but let's see what it is. Action user, action.user. I want to see if it's still an object. Because that's weird that it's not saving. There you go. It is an object, yeah. So why is it not returning that to the Redux store? Maybe it is at some point. look, look, look. Creation, read success. There you go. System initialized. Or is this old now? User authentication request? Oh, so now we see which one caused this. It's user authentication success that wiped it. So user authentication success. That shouldn't do anything, because it can't do anything. The only one that can from a previous attempt was the read success. If it's a login success, we will have a username. So for now, this is gonna have to go. That's the one that's wiping it. There you go. Wow. We actually got it working. Check, user stays. Even persists through login, logout. So let's watch it again, one last time. Okay, so I want to watch it step by step. First thing that happened, system initializing. I want to see everything as it pans out. So system initializing. System storage creation request. System storage creation success. Shouldn't that mean secure storage be enabled? Why am I not seeing the variables change? But this is weird. Usually this thing... Oh, there you go. Wait, that's so weird. Okay, let's just reload. So authenticating to true, then the user became JMAR, then initialized was set to I see why. We went from not logged in to logged in, and then we see the notification. Alright, there was also another weird bug where if I log out, everything's fine, but if I go log out now, it logged me back in. Why? So I did a log out, which wiped everything. It shouldn't wipe, it wipes everything though. It shouldn't initialize. So on logout, whatever we set it to do, on logout, return nothing for the user. See what is going on here. Because obviously when we log out we wipe secure storage. But doesn't that technically mean the system is still initialized? So maybe we shouldn't wipe system. Wipe everything but system. And then if secure storage is not, when you log in you initialize. So maybe under system, the system reducer, I'm pretty sure when we log out we wipe everything. Yeah, return initial state, which is initialized false, secure storage enabled false. So maybe we should just do initialize set to true. Return initialize set to true. And then what is our logic? If initialized, authenticate. But only if the initialized state changes. So that the initialized state shouldn't change. If not initialized, initialize. If logged in and initialized, update the storage key of the user. I wonder if that one's needed. And then what happens when we go to login? It should just do it as per normal, I think. So let's see what happens here. Where we have a user? How's that possible? How do we have a user? How is that possible? How do we have a user? Why? Why do we have a user? Alert, false. System, initialized to true. Secure storage enabled true. Keys, user, active. Okay, but we have no user. Why is there a user in there? Anyway, let's log in. That should set the username. And it does. Cool. And then you reload. And everything's still fine and groovy. And it thinks we're... Okay, that's not fine. Okay, we're not reading the user anymore. And the thing that handles that is this. If logged in, are we logged in? Logged in is set to true. So if logged in and initialized, are we not initialized? We are. If logged in and initialized, update system storage.user key with the username. Because let me guess, there's no username. I'm willing to bet there's no username. Undefined, yeah. Because maybe I was... Let's just watch this now when I log out. It wipes everything, right? Yeah. And then we reload. Okay, we got an empty user now. Then we go log in. Maybe that was a one-time fluke. Now we've got something. I think my network is working good again. Oh, that's good, King Cold. Was it some kind of issue? Okay, now I reload. Okay, everything's still good. It was weird, huh? It was a very weird thing that was happening. Welcome back. Everything's okay. Was that a one-time issue? I don't like that. It's too slow. Can't watch the stream. Oh, what's your speed test? Can you do a speed test and tell me what your speed is? Just so I know more or less. And also, are you watching on like a laptop, your phone? What are you watching on? Speed test is 37.5. Oh, okay. So it is fine now. There's no issues. Okay. That's awesome. So our user is here. I was worried. I don't know why. Wait, let's reload. So everything's still fine. And then if I log out, it should wipe all the keys. And then if I reload, it should recreate the key. And then if we log in, what happens if we enter an incorrect username and password? It will do nothing. It will wipe the stuff. There's something I just realized now. And that is, yes, it wipes it. But now the issue is we don't have that key anymore when it wipes it. It's a good thing we're testing these things. What happens if I do this, regardless of if the key exists or not? Want to work with me on a bot tomorrow? I mean, sure. What do you want to do? Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. User key does not exist. Specified key is empty. Okay, so we see where the issue is. But if I reload now, we're gonna have no user. Yeah, thought so. I don't know, just learn. Yeah, I mean, it could work. I want to see something. When we fail to log in, what happens when we fail? So it tries to check authentication. Was it check authentication? Catch error. And if there is a 401, we call logout. Wait, I think that was drastic. I think that was the whole point, that we didn't want to do this. We don't want to log, we don't want to clear. If error and response is a 401, we don't want to log out, because that will wipe everything, just because a user maybe accidentally set their credentials wrong. Because now at least I can put the wrong thing in, and it's not going to wipe the user in here. Because then I can put the right user in. Going to pee? Okay. Cool. So this is working. When it updates the key, what was the last thing that happened? Storage update. So after update success, what does update success return? System storage update request. Where's the action for it? System storage update request. I think it's this one. So we're updating secure storage. Oh, with the key, right. Then in the system reducer, where's the system reducer? There it is. When we're doing this, we're not getting action.status back, are we? We need to get an action.status back somehow. Can we? Can we get an action.status? Can we get a status back? What gives the status? Well, if we return it, if we have it return something, then we can update secure storage. What's the system action? Unlike get secure key, which is it gets a user back. We can always say what was updated, but we need the status specifically. What checks the user key? This one. So if it's in success. Alright, cool. I'm gonna be right back. Welcome back, King Colt. I'm back as well. So what was I on right now? Something that's not as critical. When we update, shouldn't we get as well? Storage update request. I think we should. So when we update storage, with whatever key, we could call get secure storage. No, not in this one. In the system actions. If that's update, then we could get after updating. And then we wouldn't run into the issue we had. But we would have to add that to app as well, wherever we're updating. System.storage.user key. Now we shouldn't run into this issue anymore. Huh. Oh, because we didn't dispatch what we need to do. That's fine. We don't need to get it. Welcome back, Jamar. It's good to have you back, Jamar. That's it. I think we're done. I don't think there's anything else I can add. And if there is, well, I don't see authentication, logged in true, username. This is all the user details we have. Any alerts? None. System, initialize true. Secure storage, enable true. Keys, you can see what's active. So I guess let's go and clean things up now, huh? So we got the right reducer. The bot idea is learn more JavaScript and create a cool app. What kind of app are you going to create? I don't know, to administrate working teams? Do you have an idea? Or are you kind of just gonna go with whatever you get? I want to test something out. What is that? JS Fiddle? Yes, just go and try it. Don't have a super idea. Okay. Well, I think it'll be awesome. So let's pretend value for a moment is an empty string. Let's first try that. Previous object is value or that. I want to log console.log previous object. Let's check our console log. The previous value is an object. Hey. Okay, it's working the way it should. And what if it's an empty string? What then? Uh-oh. There's a way to test this. Where do we pass? Oh, I know where. In here, we're passing in the username. Is that the key? No, that's the key. Okay, let's pass it Bob. Let's see what it does. I think it's only going to do it once we log in. So let's make sure we see what happens when it logs in. Wait, when we logged out it didn't change state, right? State is still initialized. Yeah. Going to code a little before going to sleep. Good luck. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Awesome. Looking forward to it, King Cold. Hope you have a good one. And good luck with whatever you're going to code now. I'm so glad to see you getting into coding. It's so awesome. Okay, that worked. Only problem is our system is... When you log in, it should do a get. So let's see if we can't somehow change this. I'm happy with this, by the way. That's beautiful. So when you update, it should also perform a get. But the get only returns promises. That's why I'm wondering if it shouldn't initialize. It could wipe everything and then initialize. Now that I think about it, when we log out, does it destroy all the keys? Oh, it does. When we manually log out, it destroys all the keys. So Boom. Maybe system should be initialized to false. So that I can start again, because we wiped obviously all the keys that it needs. What happens if you try to log in? Let's check user action, right? User action, if you try to log in, dispatches a request, tries it, dispatches success with the user login. And so it stores it in state. From what I can tell, not into local storage. I could be wrong. But once you log out, yeah, it doesn't store anything to localhost. So you're going to be logged in, and if you reload, there's going to be nothing here for you. Well, there is something. Can we just read what that is? I think it should just be this. And this should be a string. Like so. Let's see what user is. Oh, it's an empty object. So when we reload, okay, so right now it's an empty object. That's what's in there right now. So let's see, when we reload, what is actually happening when we reload for the first time? Let's check. Would we be initialized? We would be. I think we'll try to do authenticate. I think that's what's happening. So authenticate. Where's authenticate? It is a system action. So authenticate's basically wait, authenticate? Oh, authenticate's a user action. Which is basically check authentication, then dispatch success, otherwise dispatch failure. So check authentication, it's running a user service. So what is storing it to local? No, there's something else running. Something else did this. Who called you? System storage update request. Someone called you. Could it be app? It is. Update storage. If logged in and initialized. And because username is blank, it's a blank object. And username. If logged in and initialized and as a username, set the storage user key to the username. That should prevent what happened earlier from happening. Let's test it. So user is now an item. Log out. No keys. Log back in. It should not have updated user. Cool, which is great. And now when you reload, you're going to have an empty user key. And if we reload again, empty user key still. Okay, so once we log in, oh, because we're not initialized. I definitely think we should reinitialize the system. But the downside to that, like I said, was if we reinitialize, the storage is fine. That's not the issue. It's the running of authenticate. We already logged in. So we don't authenticate. We could have a conditional check here. We could get, hold on. Dispatch get state. Then we could get authentication from get state. And then logged in from authentication. Okay, let's see what that gives us. It should be near the end. There's auth. It's got authenticating to true. And logged is undefined. Good. And what if I'm already logged in? There's auth. But logged is undefined because authenticating is set to true. So it doesn't wait. Oh. I think I know why. Wait, but is it already done with all the things when we get there? Yeah, done storage keys. Damn. Wait, so when is authentication set? Oh, it only does it afterwards. So we only know if we're logged in. But am I being dumb? Well, we always need to run authentication request. Don't we? So what if I... User constants? No, reducer. Let's try this one more time. Because now that everything's changed, when you log out, should I return initial state or an empty state? Initial state is initialized to false. Yeah, maybe. Let's try initial state again. So what does that mean for app? Problem with that is if not initialized, initialize, and then if initialized, authenticate. But we're already running authenticate, so I think that might be the issue. If not initialized, initialize. Oh, so the first time we run in, it's going to see it's not initialized, it's going to initialize. The next time it comes through, actually, I think this is all we'll need. Should be fine, theoretically. Let's go test. Stone issue? Is the stone issue compiling? What are we working on? Hey, Erican. I got everything working the way we needed it to. With the Redux store and everything. Authenticating is set to true though. I'm just trying to see, how did we start with authenticating true? But now that it's initialized, it's not going to run authenticate. But that's so funny because initialize, doesn't initialize, shouldn't it call initialize? User actions.authenticate. Yeah. So when it's done initializing, system initialized, which it's done, after it's done initializing the system, it should call user actions.authenticate. Where's user actions? User actions.authenticate. .authenticate is basically but it never runs it. I just realized why now, because you're calling dispatch instead of returning. I think we were supposed to uncomment that. I don't think we were supposed to run that anymore. I think that was the issue. I think that's it, the last thing it does, and that's why it doesn't work. So this is our single point of call for updating. So when it realizes initialized is done, then it's going to check authentication and boom, we're authenticated. Okay, now the issue here last time was when we log out, state gets wiped. And then it's going to try to initialize and fail, and we need to avoid that. So we log out, boom, and then it goes back to being logged in again. And that is where the mess is. So we log out, we wipe everything. Don't know how the hell it managed to do that, but it did. then it initialized the system because I was like, whoa, 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 hold on. And that's not okay. So maybe we need a state of authentication logged out. I think that's what we should do. That will avoid all of this. Naturally. So how are you doing, Erican? You like later and later on, aren't you? Isn't it like late your time? It's good to have you here, don't get me wrong. Is it because it's the weekend? We could stay up late. What made it initialize the system again? If not initialized, initialize. Okay, so this is what's watching and waiting. Like, baby, when you become uninitialized, I'm gonna initialize you. It's like constant. It's like this creepy little non-stop running script that's waiting. Indeed. Nice. What have you gotten up to? You get to do anything fun? Right, so what else I was gonna do in system, read user. When we log out, we're not going to return initial state. Wait, not system, authentication. So when you log out, return, what's initial state? Authenticating. We don't want an initial state of authenticating. We just want a logged out. Do we want logged out? I think that's what we want, yeah. So then I can go to app, and then we're going to pull one more thing out of authentication. We want authenticated, logged in, and logged out. And then we want to import logged out, and then we do if initialized and not logged out, then you can authenticate. This should solve our little issue. I was out with my brother today. He had a baseball game. Oh, that's so sweet. That's one thing I miss. We kind of have baseball here, but it's not like prevalent, so yeah. It's kind of cool. The closest thing we have is cricket. I don't know if you heard of it. I think it's a little bit easier to play because the bat it has like a higher surface. So like where you have a cylindrical shape, ours is like rectangular. So it's about twice the width, but like kind of thin and rectangular, so it's very easy to hit the ball. Baseball is just like on a whole nother level. Jeez, it's like you got to be so accurate because the bat, the circumference and all that, the width is like what, just as much, if not a slight bit less than the actual ball. Okay, so let's go log in. Jamar. There we go. We're logged in. Cool. Now let's reload. Does everything work as it should? Initializing, creation request, success, read, success, initialize, request, success, update request, update success. Cool. Great stuff. Now the question is, when I log out, will this turn to logged out true And will it set everything to initialized false? And will it reinitialize itself? That is the question I want to see. So, first off, we have a user in here. That should get wiped. Secondly, this should get wiped. Let's go. Okay, boom. It went from initialized false to true. That was awesome. And what about our storage? Yep, user got wiped. And it got reinitialized, so that's amazing. It's enabled true, and the specified key is empty, as it should be. Great stuff. So here's what happened. We logged out, system's initializing, creation request, creation success, read request, read failure, because obviously there's no user, and the system is now initialized. What that means is now we're ready to log in and be able to store the user into the system, because we couldn't before, due to the way that things were set up. So now, if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to log in here. We should get a user in here. Yep, we do. And in our... oh, okay, that's bad. There's only one downside here. Actually, no, it's not a downside. You know why? Because you're logged in. That's great. There's no currently... okay, we need... God damn it. I need to sort that logged out, because we never wipe it. On logging in, we need to wipe logged out. Actually, don't know why it's like that. Authenticating, when you're trying to log in... that is weird. Anyway, when I reload, it should read state. Yeah, okay, it read state, thankfully. I was, someone ended up with a black eye though. Was it you? What did you do? Logged in true. Okay, we need to update the reducer. The system? Store? System? System, I think. So on logout. No, that's for system user. No, where's authentication? There it is. Never mind. Wrong one, sorry. On logout, return logged out to true. Then login request. Why is it not doing this? The login request. It should be doing that, but it wasn't. It should have wiped logged out to logging in. Was there no login request? Let's find out. So logged in true. When I go like this, boom, logged out true. Keys. Specified key is empty, that's great, but everything's initialized. Cool, cool, cool. User is literally empty. User has nothing in it. It's in a sad, sad state. Imagine. But it was someone from the opposing team. Exactly! Again, I'm gonna repeat. Was it you? Pro Fortnite player. So pro he lobbed a baseball at insane speeds. Okay, there we go. I got what I wanted. Okay, it's working the way it should. That's weird. It wasn't... Huh. I guess we didn't reload. If only. So what are you getting up to now? Okay. So it's working the way it should. Storage, logout. Cool, 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 cool. Reload. Make sure there's no weird stuff. There's no weird stuff. Log in. I'm happy with the system, it works. And then let's reload. Yeah, it's working. Cool. Algorithms, of course. FreeCodeCap has so much I didn't know in terms of JavaScript, right? It's like super in-depth, which is really nice. And you must feel free to let me know if there's anything you struggle with, I reckon. Like if I can explain it in like different terms, or like go through it with you, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to do that. Yes, of course. I think we might actually be getting to the user registration part. Like, damn, I know I said that like what, 2-3 days ago, but this part has been complex with so many things. No way. Yes way. Because I think everything is fine. From what I can tell in all the testing, it seems to perfectly reset itself every time. And it detects when the user is back. I don't see any oddities or any weird issues. So that means I'm happy with the testing. Let me do one more time without looking at state and just making sure it works the way it should. Okay, so send an incorrect password. Nothing should have changed there. Actually, we need a watch. That's one thing that... Did it wipe authentication? No. Okay, so that's fine. So log in. And then we should log in. Cool, everything is fine. Oh, we can't fail a login once we're logged in. That would be silly. And when you reload, you can't fail a login because you're logged in. You can only fail a login if you're logged out. Can I move the Git folder to an outside folder to include more folders? I don't know if you understand me. I don't know what you mean by the Git folder, but if you mean your source project folder, you should leave it where it is. And if you want to work on more things, then they should be inside that folder. Usually you should only really be working on one project in a folder at a time, because when you commit, it's going to commit everything. It would usually be the best and easiest thing to work with. I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly though. Yes, thanks. I think I can solve it. Okay, cool. But I reckon now we have a fully functional encrypted local storage. I know it's taken us a long time, but what it basically means is I can add, there's a snowman in there. There's legitimately a snowman in this encryption string. How freaking cool is that? I don't know if you can see it. Can you see that? There's a freaking snowman. Yeah, so anyway, self-aware snowman, that is. That's the encryption string. That's what allows us to reload and read the user data. Anyway, we've created a system now where we can add an unlimited amount of keys, up until obviously 5 megabytes, because that's how much local storage space we have allocated per domain. That's just a hard limit in the browsers. But we'll never use that, because all this is basic, just like text data. And essentially we can create as many keys as we want and store them, and they're all encrypted. There won't be anything obviously like, how do I say, not personal information, but sensitive information. So no passwords or anything, but still, that just goes to show how seriously we're taking the security. Because firstly, the actual password and all the sensitive information is stored on the server and protected. And then secondly, any local information we store is also protected. So we've gone like out of our way to secure the user's information. So the only way someone can actually see anything right now is if they're physically at the person's computer. Because I mean, even if you get this stuff from local storage, you would still have to decrypt it and know exactly what process and what keys and secret phrases were used. So it'll take you a very long time to access it. And even if you did somehow access it, there would be no actual information of use to you. It would just have basic stuff like the person's username and, you know, whatever like profile data they have that they filled in that's publicly available anyway. So I'm really happy with this. And yeah, obviously the local user's machine, whatever device they use to connect to the website, it's their responsibility to secure that device, you know. So I think we've done everything we can. Yes, it works, thank you. You're welcome, Kickold. I don't know why jQuery explodes in Firefox. I don't know either. I don't know why it would. It's just the library for JavaScript. Yeah, so we're good. I know I keep procrastinating, but I guess it's just taken so long to get to this point, so I'm kind of like, yeah, what now? What now? So I'm going to continue with what it says we're doing, refactor the actions, but that's actually like just, let's clean up everything. So look at this. Look how much stuff we had here. Look at it. We're not going to use it anymore, so we can finally get rid of it. It's amazing how far we've come. So we can also wipe that, and we can wipe authentication request. Authentication request. Oh, we already start by authenticating true, that's why we don't need that. Cool, cool, cool. So that's done. We're going to go through all the files one by one again. But this one's good, so we can go ahead and close it. This one's also good. This one's good. Yeah, this one's good. I don't like the way it's set up, but it's good. We're only doing it for 2 keys. Later on, if we get more keys, we're going to have to change it. But for now, it's good. That one's good. What about services? Check if the passed in item is an object. If it isn't, reject it. Well, I would love to stay a little longer, but it's 2 AM and I have to be up at 6 AM. Of course, yeah, no, I really appreciate you just coming through and saying hello. It really means a lot to me. And that's crazy, 4 hours of sleep. I don't know how you do it. You're like Superman, I reckon. But I hope it's a good 4 hours. And get some good deep sleep in there. And hopefully catch you around. I'll definitely be streaming hopefully later today. I started really late today. But we still got our hours in, so that's all that matters. Stay on the grind. I will. We can have user registration when you come back, I reckon. That I promise you. Unless I do something crazy now and I'm like, whoa, I want to change everything. So I hope I don't do that. But if all goes well now, with me like updating what I'm doing, we should have user registration. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, you have a good one, and I'll catch you around. Shouldn't this be f value? This is for update. Value equal to secure storage dot get key. If not value, why am I doing this again? Why can't I just do secure storage dot set key? Why do I care about this? Do we use update anyway? I don't think we do. go. And this works flawlessly. So we don't need to log this anymore. Loop through all the past in keys. If the key doesn't exist, then create it. Why did I have an else here before? I don't think I need an else. So long as we did not succeed in creating a secure local storage, keep trying until the maximum number of tries has been reached. The amount of tries currently performed. So update secure storage is not good, but get is fine. That's the read secure storage key. My bad. love how much, so much is being cut out. I love how much we're just cutting this all out. So cool. That's how far we've come. Dispatch the system initialization action. "139 days from no knowledge?" Yeah, pretty much, Sebastian. How are you doing? So after we've dispatched the system initialization action, we want to begin the process of creating secure local storage. That's cool. Yeah. Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm on my second week. Nice. What are you doing currently? HTML and CSS, just starting basic JavaScript. Okay. You got a fun road ahead of you. JavaScript's really cool once you get into it. Where are you studying currently? What was that? Sorry, I was asking where you're currently studying. Like, are you self-taught? Do you go to college, university? Oh, by myself, combination of FreeCodeCamp, a few good YouTube channels I found, Code Academy, and just look at websites through the DevTools. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's definitely a super awesome way to go. I think you've got all the resources you need to succeed. So that's really cool. And how are you finding it so far? This is what I've been working on. Let me have a look. You got your GitHub page sorted, so that's really awesome. Oh, nice. Looks really cool. Wow. And you said you're 2 weeks in already. Damn. That's really sweet. Huh. That's pretty awesome. Does this submit to anywhere, this form? Or is it just a... oh, okay, yeah, you don't have an action. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. And this isn't Bootstrap, is it? Is this just straight up CSS that you have? Yeah, it looks like it. That's really sweet, dude. I'm surprised that you didn't use a framework or anything. What are these, grids? Or are you using Flexbox? You're using grids. Nice. This is really sleek. It's really cool, dude. Well done. And is this supposed to be like 3/4? Or was that like the effect that you intended for this bar? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. That's cool. Huh. So you what does this look like? Is this Spanish? Then I animated the menu button. Huh, if you scale it down. Okay. Let's try that. Oh wow. Yeah, it is responsive as well. It's pretty awesome. At a really small size as well. That's so cool. Look at that. That's really awesome. Well done, Sebastian. Spanish, yeah, because I had King Cold here. I think he left to do some studies, but he's also Spanish, so it's really cool. If I ever see the two of you again in the same chat, I'll just point it out. But where are you from? Because he's in South America.
Sebastian underscore MTG is following the family.
Thanks for the follow, Sebastian. I really appreciate that. Oh, in Ohio? Okay, so you're in the you're in North America. Interesting.
Retro Mankind is following the family.
Hey, Retro Mankind, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate that. But yeah, this is awesome, Sebastian. I don't know if that's like your first project or whatever, but I think it's really cool. It's like really sleek. Looks great. I think it looks professional. And you doing it all by yourself, that's incredible. Just goes to show that your efforts are really paying off. 2 weeks in, that's really incredible. Yeah, your very first site. I think it's amazing. Yeah, definitely keep it up. And when you start working with JavaScript, I think you're going to be able to do a lot of things. So you'll finally be able to connect your registration form and all that. Also did the little icons. These little icons? Oh, nice. Retroman, you want to share yours as well? You can check it out. On Illustrator. Ah, so you do graphic design. Man, I suck with graphics. Oh, nice. So you actually can finally put things into perspective. And the color schemes and everything work really well. And it's like really cool. You work. That's smart. It's really sleek. I'm like surprised when I looked at it. No framework, no nothing. Looks great. And yeah, when you do the free code camp stuff, you can have a lot of projects to work on. So that's really great. It's down right now. I need to upload the files to the server again. Oh, okay, cool. If you don't have a server, I'm sure you know GitHub pages. You can host them for free if it's a static HTML website. So there's always that to look at. I don't think I've done anything really great in terms of design stuff. What have I done? What projects? I did a Pomodoro clock. It's probably the only design I've done that I actually put effort in to make a little cute little tomato. And if you like click it, you get squishes and you get little motivational messages. And if you pause it, he gets sad. Well, not really sad, but shocked. When the timer runs up, he gets sad. No, reset. 1. I use DigitalOcean. They have a good deal, and I learned how to set up the lamp stack. Okay. What is the lamp stack? That's so old school. It's MySQL and PHP for the last two. What is the L and the A again? L. Sorry, I probably can't really think straight now. I'm pretty sure it's MySQL and PHP. That's for your database and the backend. Linux, is it? An OS? I don't think it's usually language specific, no? So I'm using a Mern stack right now. Any of you care to take a guess what the Mern stack is? Oh, it is Linux. Nice. The good idea co. Oh look, he gets sad. So this is what I want to show you guys. So he gets sad because you have to go. So he's like, please hurry back soon. I had so much fun with this project. The fact that I have 3 different states for this little character, where normally you don't need any kind of design. So yeah. Okay, fine. I come back. I'm back. Please be happy. Okay, you're happy. Yay. Yeah, sadly I work in sales and I'm trying to change careers, so I hope this is it. I hope so too. It looks good. So yeah. But yeah, for those of you that's joining me, this project is insanely massive. It just keeps growing by the day. But I have implemented user authentication. So that was kind of a big deal. Hold on, did I change something now? What did I change? Get secure storage. Oh, that's read. Where am I calling get secure storage from? What line? Uh-oh. No. Okay, that's fine. But where am I calling get secure? Ah, that's why it's read secure. That should be it. I think that's the only place that I had it changed. Yeah, we good? We good? Yeah. Okay, so like I was saying, I've implemented local authentication. So I have an API, I have a backend here, auth. It will tell you if I'm logged in or not. This is just, there's no interface here. It sends requests 200s if everything was okay, 301s if you're unauthenticated. Right now we're not logged in. You can also see on the front end. So this is the back end, but usually I'd interface with, you know, like shell or whatever, but just for ease of use, for me to just debug, I can access the endpoints directly. And this is our front end currently. So we can go ahead, we've got some basic error handling. So if you hit an error, you'll get a little toast notification at the bottom, which is completely dynamic. I can call it at any point in time. The state is managed with my Redux store. I got a few tiny little things like the login button doesn't appear unless you enter, you know, both the username and password. But let's go ahead and actually log in. And you'll see that the top right here that has a login sign up should change once it authenticates with the API. So you'll notice now we have our user menu. Bottom left says we're logged in. We can interact with the user menu. If you guys are familiar with Redux, it's kind of like a local state. I don't know if you guys know React at all either, but React has state. Redux just allows you to kind of have a global state where you can access it from any component. And you'll notice I can see things that I've dispatched to my store, such as authentication status, we're currently logged in, the user, the current user, alerts, if there were any. Currently it's open is set to false, because if open was set to true, you would see the notification. And then the system status, are we initialized? And secure storage. So secure storage is something I spent a ridiculous amount of time on. I'm a bit ashamed by it. I spent about 3 or 4 days working straight on it. And what it essentially is local storage on steroids using a really cool library. And I got my own custom authentication working with encryption. So we don't store any sensitive information, but we do store things like the user's username. And I thought, you know, why don't we take things a step further? We're already encrypting, sorting, and hashing the password on the database. Why don't we also secure whatever data we bring down to the front end and, you know, encrypt it? And that's exactly what I've done. So you'll notice here we have a user key and it's completely encrypted, but my my service can read it. So you'll notice now if I reload the page, we're going to completely close this. And if I come back to it, you'll notice at the bottom left, we should get a notification message, and that's our current user. And what it essentially did was it first checked if there is anything in the local storage. Then it copied over what is in the local storage to our Redux store. If we go to our Redux store, you should see there's the current user. And if we go back right to the initializing phase, there's no user currently. So the steps are, we do a storage creation, storage successfully created. Then we read whatever might be in storage. Once read is successful, you'll notice it went from username being blank to it being populated. Then the system is fully initialized. Then the next step, once the system is initialized, is we need to check for user authentication once per load. That's basically just contacting the API and saying, hey, are we logged in? And then we get a response. And that sets our state from authenticating to logged in. If authentication was failed, we would automatically be logged out. In fact, I can show you that now. Reloading, as you notice, everything is fine. We get the user menu bar, but I'm not going to go and log out here. Instead, I'm going to force a log out on the back end. Now, when I reload the front end, you should notice something different, because it tried to get authentication and the authentication failed. So we're not logged in anymore. So yeah, that's basically what I've been busy with. I plan to add a whole lot more. There's going to be user profiles. It's specifically for the game, like I've mentioned, Assassin's Creed Rebellion. We'll have a lot of cool things that you can do based on the game. Things like calculators, stats, all that specific to the information that you share with your user profile. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I sell graphite, so imagine how fun that is. Graphite. Huh. Okay, a lot of fun. Question mark. Do you use Chrome for debugging as well? Is Mozilla pretty good? You can use whatever you like. I'm not really opinionated on that. I just happen to have been using Firefox ever since it came out. Since I think like what? It was 2 point something, and then 3.1 was like the major one, and I've just stuck with it since. I don't know, you know, when something works, it works, and when you believe in certain mindsets and features, it's also good, really great debugging tools, same as Chrome does, I'm sure. So there's nothing that I can show you that Chrome probably doesn't have, but yeah, it's just what I happen to use. I like Firefox because of the grid view. Yeah, it's got some pretty decent design aspects, especially if you get the developer version. There's a few neat things that you can get as well. But yeah, I also have the React Dev Tools. I'm pretty sure that exists for Chrome, so I can see what state my props are in currently. I can toggle things if I need to, toggle them on or off. And obviously the Redux Dev Tools, which allows me to see the state of my, well, state, which would be really hard to debug if I didn't. So yeah, the next step is adding user registration, which is pretty straightforward. We already have a API set up for that. We just need to literally have a sign up form with username, password, email. It sends that data off to the server, checks if everything's good, get a response back, and you're good to go. But I don't know, I'm at the point where I'm like procrastinating because it's like there's so many things I want to do, like tiny things that probably don't even matter. Like, for example, the encryption of the local storage. It's like, that's probably a nice to have feature, but not a critical feature, and I always end up just going with whatever I feel like. But it's something cool to carry on to, you know, next projects. If I need it, it's like everything is defined and set up now. It's just like plug and play, copy it, paste it, done. Because I've set everything up dynamically, and I have my keys, for example. So right now we have a user key. Let's say I wanted to add multiple keys. Let me show you how easy that is. So over here, local storage, you'll notice it's just a single key, right? User. Let's say now you wanted more keys. So you'll go to the, where's my constants? My user systems constants. And did I have it on user key? I thought I had multiple keys. Hold on, that's the user key. It is, where did I store it? Did I not have it in a constant? I'm pretty sure. Well, it eludes even me now. It was a constant, but what? Am I using the same? Okay, hold on, let's just check the service real quick, because that's weird. No, I've forgotten. Create secure storage from keys. Let's check the system action. Create initialize storage key array. Where's the key array passed in from? You pass it in. Here. Initialize. What are you passing in? Local storage keys. Ah, of course. There it is. Sorry, it's under my config. I forgot it's not really a constant. That would make sense. Yeah, so here, where I have user, I can add things. So I can add a Sebastian key if I wanted to. And Why did I remove that? Who else do we have in chat? We had the good idea. So I'm just gonna stick a good idea in there. And we had retro mankind in there. Just give you guys an idea. So yeah, so those keys will now get added on initialization. React is so fast, it's already done. But yeah, there you guys go. So there's the keys. Good idea, retro mankind, Sebastian. Obviously nothing's in them because I haven't passed any functions to populate data into them. But that's just an example. So I can have as many keys as I want and all of them will be encrypted. But my approach is to just have a single user key that's going to be nested. So anything like username and like page info and stuff. I have no idea what data yet. I'll abstract as I go, but for now it's just a username that's being encrypted. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of that one. Let's just go back. So yeah, what are you guys busy with? Sebastian, I heard you you're 2 weeks in. You still just covered the CSS and HTML beginning with JavaScript. Retro mankind. You had a website built in LAMP, or the LAMP stack. And how are things progressing for you? And the good idea, Car, I've seen you around before. You've popped into chat before, haven't you? What are you busy with? No idea Firefox had a dev edition? Installing that right now? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Also allows you to get like the newest features before they come into stable branch. So being a developer, that really helps. You get to explore new things that others don't yet have. DataViz stuff. What's DataViz? Never heard of it before. Oh, data visualization, right, sorry. Man, I did not like that. I'm guessing you're using GraphQL, was it? Or are you using D3? Because that's what I had to use, D3, and man, statistics, I don't know. I like looking at stats. I love strategy, but when you have to do it from scratch, even though you have the help of library, man. You love D3? Okay. I guess once you get used to it and you work with it regularly. I had like 4 projects I had to build with no prior experience, so you can imagine. And I obviously didn't take the time to read the complete documentation. And I struggled my ass off. Finally managed at the end. I was happy. What was it? The Choropleth? Man, that map. Holy shit. I don't know if mine came out okay. I added a loading icon here. So I was being a little fancy because obviously the data has to load in, and there you go. Kinda works. Yeah, we have the tooltip that works. I don't know, like there's a lot that I wanted to do but I couldn't get working, and the scales and like, oh, man. If I spend more time with it, but it really doesn't interest me. Like some people love it and I'd rather like build actual things and not like visualize data. I made a parallel chord chart with Vue and D3. Oh yeah? You have a link to that or no? Cool. Nice. Let's have a look. I'm guessing it's still loading the data, or Do you have a lot of... Browser FS is not defined. Only 2 requests that were sent. And that was it. Browser FS! We're using some next level. Isn't that... What is browser FS? That's weird, huh? Let me see if it works in Chrome. Yeah, weird. It works in Chrome, not in Firefox. Ah, thanks. Load, damn you! Oh, things are loading. Oh, browser FS again. What is browser FS? It's weird. It works in Chrome. Doesn't work in Firefox. Weird. Or whatever that browser FS is, whatever that function is. It's a conspiracy! But yeah, I see it in Chrome. It's pretty insane. What's the data on? Oh, okay. So these are all the concentrations, or what is this? Oh, in foods. It's a data set of foods, right? Whoa, and you can actually like interact with it. So I'm like selecting all these things. No idea what I'm doing, but it's pretty cool. Wow, there's a lot of foods in here, I just realized. How much data is in here? So when I'm actually selecting like stuff, what am I doing? When I left click and I highlight things, 1, 2 in vitamin C. You filter all foods within that range. Okay. So 47 to 72 carbs, I guess, in grams. Whatever foods that have that, and 1 to 2 vitamin C. Apparently that's sweet peppers, red or green. Oh. How do you clear the filters? Is there a thing that I'm missing? Because once I drag it, I can't seem to undrag. I just seem to create more. Click outside of the selection. Doesn't seem to work for me. I can just select more and I can move them up and down. Left click on the column. Yeah, that worked. Sweet. So if I want to know the highest protein food, the highest is, oh, of course, soy protein. Of course. Then the next up. Gelatins, really? And seal? Wait, seal what? Dried seal meat? Really? That's crazy. Huh. And obviously eggs, yeah, eggs are there. Database is fun. Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy creating this. Like I said, I love data and I love strategy and all that, but I like to look at it and work with it. Creating it's another story. But this is pretty cool to see this data and have data visualized. Man, I thought this said bugs for a moment. This is crazy. So you've got like the Inuits or whatever, the foodstuffs, because you got whale meat, beluga. Like what? It's not something you'll find in your everyday supermarket, is it? But apparently that's pretty high in protein. But how does it work in terms of like amount? So I got my photo on 68 to 73 grams. But how much of said substance do you have to consume in order to get that amount of protein? That I'm not sure. Oh, okay. So they don't have fixed. But I guess they've got like some kind of baseline on the foods. Should I start using SCSS or stay with CSS longer? I mean, you will still end up writing CSS when it gets transpiled. It's just you get the benefit of using things like variables, which is super handy. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't used SCSS because I don't know, I never really had a need to. But if I had to go and start using it for more advanced things, especially where you use the same color over and over, then I would definitely recommend SCSS just because of variables. So you can like change one, let's say variable, you have a specific color in your theme or whatever, and it will update everywhere. And yeah, like the Good Idea Co said, you got nesting, which is really cool. Instead of doing your classic separation and dots and nesting, you can just have them all within each other, and it's just so much easier to work with and see. Doesn't CSS also do variables? Yeah. But for CSS you can start writing for the modern web right now and have everything transpiled for you, so you don't have to worry about dependencies and all that. And yeah, with things like Bootstrap, it becomes even less of a need. If you follow Material UI like I am, even less so. You just pick your main colors. You know, if it's something you're going to create for a product or whatever and you need that like unique look, then obviously by all means. But if it's just something that you need to get going and you care more about the data than you do about, you know, the actual look, but you still want it to look good, then I mean that's what the frameworks are for, right? You got Bootstrap, you got Material UI, you got, what was the other one? There's quite a few. The really great ones. But yeah, the one I'm using right now is Material UI. I'm sure you've seen it everywhere. It's Google's look. It's really cool. But I'm not too worried about the design aspect right now. I'm trying to get everything working first. Speaking of which, where was I? Need to get back to the system actions. I changed the one variable name because I didn't like it being get. It should be read, and we did that. So instead of get secure storage, it is now read secure storage. So I'm going for the CRUD. The CRUD verbs. So create, read, update, delete. So we read secure storage there. Initialize secure storage is fine for that one. I'm not going to worry about that. But we have read secure storage and then update. I haven't implemented that yet. No need yet. So let's just finish this. So dispatch the system initialization action. Begin the process of creating the secure local storage. If it is successful, dispatch a success action. Otherwise, dispatch a failure action. Next, get the value of any secure local storage keys and have them copied to our Redux store state. Okay, this can go. If that is successful, dispatch the success action. Otherwise, dispatch the failure action. I don't even know if I should be like commenting things like this. I feel it should be pretty obvious what I'm doing. Dispatch failure. So I think I'm gonna remove it. I mean, I don't think it's necessary. I'm dispatching success. That should be pretty obvious what I'm doing. But I will comment what this section does, so that's still fine. So I'm trying to follow the principle whereby you should be able to read the code and understand what it does. So here we've got dispatch initialize secure storage requests, should be self-explanatory. Initialize secure storage. Passing in local storage keys should be self-explanatory. Dispatch success. Catch failure. Dispatch failure. Yeah, I think that's okay. Dispatch the system initialize action. And then here I could say once all thingies, functions have been completed. Once all tasks, I guess, have been completed. We are done initializing the system. Yeah, that's pretty much all it is. Oops. What isn't success again? Oh, nothing. So I don't have to dispatch this. Dispatch successfully. There you go. Cool. What are we not using? Import user. We're not using users, so let's get rid of that. Local storage keys we're using. History we're not using. I think at some point we do need to use that, but for now we're not using it. System service? Yeah. System actions? Yep. User actions and alert actions, we're not using those. We can get rid of that. Cool. Alright, you guys have a good night. I'll definitely be back later, hopefully with a better understanding of JavaScript so I can keep up with what you're doing. Awesome. Thank you so much for dropping by, Sebastian. And if you need to go through anything, you need any tips or something, I'll be more than happy to go through things with you. So just let me know. And catch you around sometime. Later. Cool. So this one is nice and neat. I'm gonna add a to-do here, not to forget. Okay, but close it for now. What's in user.js? Login, dispatch action, send an action that the user attempted to log in. Initiate a request to the server to log in with the given credentials. Yeah, this is all fine. We can get rid of this. If there was an error, send the failure action. If the error was a 4.0, sure. Yeah, that looks good. Log out, log the user out, and return the logout action. Yeah, that's good. Register, we still need to do this. Are we using system currently? No, so we can get rid of that. Refactor functions to use async await. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, we're good. And we don't need that. Looking good so far. I love my console logs. The goddamn username! Ah, you could tell that was getting to me at one point. What am I doing here? User state, don't need that. Username inside, don't need that. I love this. Then welcome the user back, because we love our users. We sure do. Okay, so that's all clear now. What's this? Authenticated. I don't think I'm using this. Dispatch get state. Yeah, no, I'm not using this. I was going to use something, but let's get rid of it. Authenticated. And wherever we use authenticator, we must just make sure to remove it. It might still be an app. Authenticate, authenticating, so many things here. What's authenticating? Yeah, that is there. What about authenticate? That is a action. Initialize is an action. Initialized is a state. Logged in, logged out, those are both states. Update storage is an action. Username is obviously a state, and that's it. Cool. And let's have a to-do. User actions, have we cleared this? I think that was the one that we were busy on. Yeah, so we cleared this. System, yeah, that's clear. User services. Get authentication status, yeah, we can get rid of this, I think, yeah. Check authentication, we're not gonna do that. Axios.get console.log the response, we don't need that. We don't need that, and we don't need that. We could resolve with the response. Who's calling check authentication? No, we don't need to though. We just need to resolve or reject. Jeez, the amount of things I did here before. If the server responded successfully, resolve the request with the username. Let's just have this on a new line. Kuko, looks like you can just return Axios.get directly. Why wrap it in another promise? From what I remember, I don't think Axios was returning a promise. Let's see, where am I calling check authentication? I think it was here, wait for initialize, then was it authenticate? User actions.authenticate. No, wait, that's check authentication. Where am I calling check authentication? Am I even using this? User service. Wait, that's a service. Where's the user actions? Actions. Authenticate, this should call the service. User service dot check authentication. Yeah, the thing is I'm calling it then here, but I'm also calling it somewhere else. Do you see here? User service dot check authentication then. I need to wait for the response from this. So I think the reason why I had it wrapped in a promise is to wait for this promise to resolve. I think that was the logic. But it should return. The things I couldn't find any information. And yeah, obviously I would have to return a promise. There was just something the matter the last time I tried when I didn't have it wrapped up. I can't remember why. Think it works the same without wrapping it? I mean, we can try it. Check authentication then. Dispatch success. But how am I gonna return back a rejection if I don't have resolve username, but I need to return username? What am I gonna return Axios and then? How am I gonna return the username? Return Axios and then return username? Think I was looking at the one above this. Yeah, but how would it be structured? Because I still need to return the username if it resolved, or reject with the error message if an error message was called. I think that's why I initially did it to begin with. Because I had it, I remember I had it. For my other calls I just have a direct Axios return. But now that I'm not logging the user out anymore. Wait, what was the issue with that? So you have user data locally, but then a user gets a 401. Oh, this is on login. So if you fail a login, I was logging the user out, which would clear the session. And that would be bad, because if they accidentally enter an incorrect username, they'll lose their local data. Not that it matters, it will just be retrieved again, but I mean, that's why I commented this out. But maybe we should wipe local state on check authentication. If that rejects, that means you're no longer logged in. I wonder if it matters though. Because right now the only time that local state will be wiped is if you manually log out. You were looking at check authentication initially. Oh, right. Yeah, we weren't looking at login. Where there's nothing passed back. Yeah. This is the one that we were calling check authentication. So this we could just return. Maybe this is just a placeholder there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna put in there. I don't think I'm gonna pass in anything. This is purely just checking with the server if we're still authorized. I want to keep it as lightweight as possible because it'll be used on every request, kind of like a middleware. I'm just hoping Axios does return a promise because I couldn't find any documentation on Axios returning a promise. I know Fetch does because that's well documented, but on Axios, surprisingly, I couldn't find that. You know what I just realized? If you reject check authentication, wait, is this covered in the action? What is causing the logout? I'm just thinking now, if you're no longer authenticated, I think it was this. Dispatch request. Dispatch success. Success is, oh, it's user action. Authentication request of success. Okay, so this is probably all handled in my reducer. So authentication success is logged in true. Failure is just nothing. So that will prevent the menu from rendering. But you'll still have the user data. So I think we should wipe user data just to be safe. I can't think of a time where that would be an issue. The only way you would somehow get this is if you somehow spoofed and then the server checks who you really are, and then we can wipe the local state. Or it somehow just timed out, it expired, which is probably also a good time to wipe everything either way, yeah. So I think we're gonna do that. So where's logout? Logout wipes everything, right? User service.logout. Let me just double check. User service.logout. Where's logout? Local storage.clear. Yeah. So let's also call logout. If out on authentication. If we're no longer authenticated with the server. Quantumifier, hey, how you doing? So authenticate. Oh, this is the action. Hold on.
Quantumifier X0FT3 is following the family.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Quantumifier. I really appreciate that. Okay, so there's logout. Check authentication. If there was an error, What exactly is this project? It's basically going to be a helper for the mobile game, Assassin's Creed Rebellion. So I'm going to have like quite a bit of in-game data and stats shown, and players will be able to get useful stuff hopefully out of it, like calculators and all of that based on in-game information, and they can tailor it to their user account, because obviously there's a lot of variables that take into account your level, the heroes you've unlocked, stuff like that. So trying to make a kind of little cool experience, and in the process learn a thing or two. And let's just make sure this works. Let's check our state real quick. Let's watch our state. Let's log in. Make sure I didn't break anything in the process. Cool, we logged in. Great. If I reload, it should still authenticate. Yep. Welcome. Wait. Whoa. Something broke. Welcome back. Where'd the user go? What? Do we have anything in storage? No. We don't have a user in storage. Why? Why? What changed? That's strange. I should have watched state. Wait, we can go back. Was there a user at any point in time? No. Okay, that's bad, because if I reload now, we're going to be authenticated, but we're not going to have a user. We're not going to know what our user is. But that's fine. What I want to see is if I log out here and I reload here, will it wipe the state as it should? Yep, it wiped everything. Great. Only problem now, I just realized, is it's not going to reinitiate state, because system initializing, system initialized, user authentication request, user authentication failure. So after that we need to initialize the system again, because if we don't, we have literally nothing in here, and if we try to log in, it's not going to save anything. Oh nice, have fun, I'll be watching. Can you tell what text you use exactly? Frameworks like Express, Foo, etc. Yeah, so I'm using the Mern stack. So Mongoose and Express with React and Node. That's like the basis for it. Material UI for the framework, front-end framework. Wait, which action was that? That was authentication failure. So let's go to our reducer. Authentication, authentication failure. We need to need it actually under system, under the system reducer. We need to set it back to initial state, because without that it's not going to initialize again. Let me just double check. What's the current state? System initialize true. Oh, it didn't even wipe anything. Damn. On failure, all of this needs to reset. Okay, let's do something like this. Do I have a user action? I think I do. I've imported it. Yes, I have. Okay, so user action authentication failure. When that happens, we need to return state. We need to return initial state. Just like that. So when authentication fails, oh no, we got an infinite loop now. Forgot about that. Look at it go. Oh, it's so beautiful to watch. So it's just continuously gonna create local storage and delete local storage. Amazing. How do I solve this now? We should set no, we can't set authenticating to true either. This is actually tricky now. What do we base it on? Do we set system initialized? Well, let's stop the loop for now. User action constant dot authentication failure. What should we do when that happens? It's gonna always fail. Wait, but why does it keep wanting to authenticate? The reason for that is if initialized and not logged out, we could add something to authentication. They'll prevent it. So one more check for this. Because that's what authenticated is going to check for. So I think that's going to be the better option here. So when authentication failure happens, we need to return, what is this, system? No, not in system, in authentication. When authentication failure happens, return logged in. So we have logged in true, we have logged out true. We need one more state. Authentication failed, maybe? Or failed, set to true. Authentication failed. Logged in, logged out. What is one more thing? Authentication failed, I guess. Failed. It's the only thing I can think of right now. Failed true. Then we can get failed from app. So out of authentication. FG. We're gonna get failed. And then failed over here. And then we check for if initialized and not logged out and not failed. That should prevent that loop from happening. Then we can go back to system and we can return this to initial state. So now it won't do the infinite loop over and over. Failed is set to true though. What the hell? Why is it still looping? Failed? There's failed. Am I not exporting? Oh, that would explain it. There you go. So it should stop doing what it's doing now. There you go. Yep. So failed is set to true. So that means that storage is ready for the user to log in once again. And then once we log in, it should update state. Authentication failed true. Cool. But state is ready. The system's initialized, it's ready. So the moment you log in, just make sure everything's still working the way that it should be working. There we go, logged in, cool, everything's fine, we've got a username, great stuff. Did it, wait, what was that? Did state wipe? No, state didn't wipe. And we have a user, and if we reload, it should say welcome back user. It's weird, it wasn't working earlier. I don't like the fact that it might have just been an old session. It's the only thing I can think of. Okay, cool, so that's fine. So when I log out, what did I say the process is? Oh wait, what about authentication? So logout will clear everything, but if I manually deauthorize on the back end and I reload now, this should wipe state and it should set authentication to failed. Yep. And the system should be ready with a brand new empty key. Yep, we're good. Do logged in and logged out refer to past events or the current state? The current state. So when you logged in will be true. When you logged out will be true. Logged out will only ever change when you're attempting to log in, by which point logged out will be replaced with logging in and the current user, the attempt. And if that fails, it'll be wiped. Actually, I need to test that now that I think about it. If that's another case, what happens with the failure now that I've added this check? Okay, so logged in is true, and if I log out, logged out is true, and if I attempt to log in and fail, okay, it just wipes that. Initial storage is still ready for us. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's fine. It's working. Wouldn't one bool be enough to keep track of the current state? Trying to remember now. I had a reason for that as well. There was a case when I specifically wanted to know that it was logged out. Because logged out could at some point, for whatever reason, be undefined, which would be a falsie, and not the same as what I need. Like, if logged in true, then logged out is false, and vice versa. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, we'd probably just have a logged in true false. But it was specific. I can't remember now why I did it that way. There's just a lot of things that have happened. So I created two. Logged in specifically. You don't see them. There's only ever one that you see at a time. Oh, I remember why. Because if not logged in, it will fire something else, and I needed... I'll show you the logic now. It was a bit complex because I'm using React's use effect to constantly watch state only if a value changes. So it's very performant. And the issue was, if initialized, this is a default state. Once the system's ready, it's initialized. If initialized and not failed, we just added that now, meaning if we didn't add that, it would keep looping to authenticate, and not logged out. Because the problem is, once you logged out, if I didn't have this, the moment you logged out, it would log you back in. Does that make sense? think it was that. And then this was for if not initialized, initialize the state. That's the default immediately once you load the app, because initialize is set to false. Then it initializes, then it becomes true. So this only ever runs once, and it's based on the initialized state. If that changes, it'll run again. This is if logged in and initialized and there's a username, then update the storage with the given key and the username that's passed in. And this is based on logged in. So the moment you get logged in, if this changes. And the problem is, because this is watching on the logged in state, if I had logged in set to a true or false, right? Like the way you suggest, a single boolean, then when this logged in state changes, because it will, this will fire. useEffect will fire, and because of that, it's going to update storage with the user key with a blank username that doesn't exist. So because I'm specifically checking for logged out, which only gets applied when you logged out only ever once, this can never fire, and this can never fire at the wrong time. Does that make sense? So it's a bit more control. And I could couple it with another variable here, but then you lose the flexibility of always checking when the user is logged in but not logged out. And obviously if we're starting a brand new state with a user reloads the browser, then obviously none of these are there in the first place. So this is just as a fail-safe for when the user logs out but they store in the current session and then they want to log back in again. These were a few edge cases that I found myself, so I implemented them. So logged out implies you had been logged in before, which is different than just logged in being for. Exactly, yeah. So logged out will only ever be true if you specifically logged out in the current state and then you still doing something else on the site. And so it was important for me to differentiate based on that. Specifically for this part here. It may come in handy as well later on, I don't know. But for now that's what we have. Whereas logged in will never be set unless you're logged in. So logged in doesn't exist in state until you logged in, and then it's set to true. So there's no logged in false. Logged in just doesn't exist. Then you get logged in. So I'll show you the full process. It's system initializes. The storage gets created for local storage. It reads any local storage and then passes it into state. Then the system's fully initialized. Then it sends a authentication request. If that succeeds, then logged in is set to true. That is why the UI and everything renders. And because otherwise it looks like this. Up until logged in is true, you have nothing. And then when UI logged in is set to true, the UI updates. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that's everything now. I need to set default props on these. I'm not going to do that yet because this will probably still change one more time once I end up adding the update stuff. Because right now I have 3 use effects and I want to see how I can better handle that later. You obviously won't know how you couple things until you've got the final, outline ready and waiting. So I'm not going to worry about this right now. User, were we happy in here? I think, yeah, we logged out, destroyed the session. Wait, did we test this fully? This happens when the authentication gets rejected from the server. So the user gets banned or, I don't know, something happens to remove the authentication. Then it will also force a complete local wipe, which is good. So we don't need this if error.response and error.response status equal to 401. Maybe I should actually add this here. I wonder if it responds. I want to check something. If let's catch error, and I want to log error auth. I think this is the one that has error.response attached to it because it's from the server. So let me just check quickly. Are we still authenticated? Yeah, we are. Let's unauthenticate and see what we get. we get yeah, request failed with status code 401. Exactly, perfect. So that stuff just needs to move to that one now. We want to specifically check if it's a 401 because there could be an error. The server could have timed out. There could have been a generic error. We only want to wipe the user data if it's specifically a 401. So let us now move that there, and let us move that there and stick that there. And I can reject with the error. No, I don't need to reject with the error. Catch any errors with the login? I wonder if a finite state machine would be easier to reason about. What do you mean by that? No, wrong one. Okay, this is good. What else did we have? A user? What did I have in here? Oh, the user action. Yeah, this was still fine. Oh, this was still the register stuff. Yeah. App, we'll come back to your system. Yeah, you good. What's this? This is old. We can get rid of it now. And this is old. We can get rid of it. Cool. I think that's everything. Now we can actually start working on the last bits of the console errors that we were having. I think it's just with prop invalidation now. Let me just double check all of these one by one. It should be quick. User. Yeah, user is fine. System is. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything, because I'm working so many files currently. Should be quick. Alert, yeah, good. Authentication, yeah, that's good. That's good. Users, good. Store, yeah, we're good. Services, we're good. System. Yeah, that's good. User, yeah, we said this was good. That's it. Yeah. Now let's just go fix the errors. If you identify all the distinct states involved, you can transition to specific states on login, logout, auth failed, etc. Here the states are implied by the combination of bools. Yeah, I know what you mean. Have a state where login, logged out, failed. Maybe, yeah, it's something to consider. But I feel I've just spent way too much time refactoring. It works right now. I think a lot of people would agree if they've been watching me the past few days that I should just get data, get things going. Because the last 3 days I've just been cleaning things up and getting my local storage encryption working properly the way I wanted to. So we can always come back to that. Yeah, it's already 100% working the way it is. But yeah, it would be better than, you know, chaining bulls if this and this and that. Right now it's only 3 things. But yeah, if there were to be a 4th or a 5th one, it would make sense to have specific states for users logged out, user had logged out, first time user logging in, you know, things like that. Component did mount for API call. No, we don't need this anymore. We need, where's my login? Login, auth, login. We're gonna need prop types. Let's go stick prop types down. What's this app? So what do I currently have? These are all the things that I need to map. So let's go and get them going. We need authenticating. That is a Boolean. Is it required? Yes, very much so. Authenticate is a function. Is it required? Yes, very much so. Failed. What is failed again? Failed, that is a state, if I'm not mistaken. From authentication, yes it is. Is that required? Yes, pretty much all of these are required, because this is like the uppermost layer. So failed is a bool, is required. What's next? Initialize. Actually, let's go ahead and do this. And then whatever we don't use, we can just, you know. Ah, damn it. Okay, and now let's correct this. Initialize is a function. Initialized is a bool. Logged in is a bool. Logged out is a bool. Update storage is a function. Username is a string. Username from state, string. So string, update storage, let me just make sure it's a function, yeah. Logged out, logged in, initialized is a bool. Initialize is a function. Failed, authenticate is a function. And authenticating should be a bool. Yeah, cool. That's it. We don't have default props. That should be everything. It should stop complaining now. We gave it all the props. Yeah, exactly. With only 3, maybe it's overkill. But if more edge cases show up, it can get pretty confusing. Yeah, do you have an idea of how to implement that? Because that's also something I'm trying to think of. Because it feels like we would have this entire thing for just 1 or 2 things. Like a logged out state. Maybe we can just have a state key or something. Display, or you know what I mean. And then inside they're logged out or whatever. Lynn, hey, how you doing? Okay, so what's up with authenticating? Didn't we give it a... Oh, we're not using it? If authenticating? Didn't we use this at some point? If authenticating? No, that's probably handled in other logic for... Yeah, okay. We don't need that anymore. So authenticating can go. It's one less thing. Cool. And let us go and make sure these are still accurate. Wait for a logged in state. Then load user data. No, this is an old one. There we go. If the system is initialized and there are no failed authorizations or logged out states, then check the current user authentication. That makes sense, huh? On my way to work. Sad face. What is happening at work, Lynn? Haven't I asked you before and I feel like either you didn't respond or I've just forgotten. Did you tell me what you do? It's my last day though. School starts Wednesday. Okay, well that's not too bad then. Or is it? I work on a ferry, selling tickets and cleaning. Okay, yeah, I definitely don't remember that then. I mean, at least you get to go on an adventure. Think about it like that. Although I guess it can get quite monotonous if you do it for a while. At least it's over soon, right? Just 3 more days? 2 more days? Yeah. Today, then Monday, Tuesday? 3 days. Okay, 3 days. What's this one doing? Wait for logged in state, then load user data. Is that true? If not initialized, then initialized. Don't lie to me. Why are you always lying? What is this? If the system is not initialized, then initialize it. I mean, how much more obvious can it be? Wait for a logged in state, then load user data. Is this true? If logged in and initialized and as a username. Yeah, I guess for now that will do. It's not foolproof because, well, I mean, it should be foolproof. We should always know the username. If we don't know the username, something went wrong. Yeah. Today's my last day of work. Okay. Then you get to enjoy it before the back to school edition. Okay, no errors. Yay, good. Cool. Woohoo! Now let us fix the real errors that are littering my console. The prop failed is marked as required in app, but it's oh, I keep forgetting about this because it may not always appear. Failed, logged in, logged out, username, logged in. Oh, for fuck's sakes. This is like such a hard one to master because some things will not always appear. Now I've got to rethink this. Authenticate. Authenticate is a function. Okay, that is always required. Failed. This is a boolean. It's not required. So we're going to need a default prop types thingy. So app.default prop types. So for failed, the default for that is just going to be so we just set a default to false. Because I mean, you don't start in a failed state. Initialize is a function that's required. Initialized. Okay, that's always there. It's either true or false. That's always there. Logged in. Now I'm thinking I should have logged in always there, true or false in authentication. What do you guys think? Should I have logged in only appear when you're actually logged in, and when you're not logged in there's nothing there? Because currently right now, if you look at my store, authentication will not have logged in. It will just have nothing. Generally authentication will be blank, and if you're logged in, it will have logged in. So do you guys think I should leave it like that, blanked authentication, or should I have logged in it, but it's set to false? I just feel the less data you show and have, the better. If it's not required, which it's not, then don't display it. Cool, then. I hope you have an awesome day. I hope it's not too bad, and see you around sometime. Have a good one. That sounds right. What sounds right? Which one? The one where I have it always showing, or the one where I only show it as I need to show it? Omitting things that aren't needed, right, cool. And then we default them just to false, yeah? Or how would you have them? Because I need default props. Would you just set them to false? Okay, so that should fix a ton of errors on the front page. Now let's move on to the next. Failed prop type, the prop logged in. Okay, same as logged in layout. Layout is over here. We know how to fix that one. That's a quick and easy fix. And that's simply changing logged in like that, and then setting the default value for logged in to false.
Kiko_Sheikaku is following the family.
Kuku, thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate that. Bed for me, but I'll follow first. That's really awesome. What time is it for you? Because I should probably get to bed too, but it's like 11 AM for me. I know, I had a super long one. About 2 AM. Oof, yeah. Alright. Hope you have a good one. Thank you for the tips and stuff. I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep in mind the state. Sorry, I'm slurring my words. Really need to get to bed. I just want to finish this. The distinct states. I think it's a good idea, especially when I start branching out, so I don't have to worry about one boolean tripping everything up and ruining it. So it's a really good idea. And then, yeah, also see if I can flatten the state a bit more. But hope you sleep well, and hopefully catch you around sometime. Okay, no errors, but I bet you when I open this thing, it's going to be an error. What? No errors? Really? Weird. And if I log in? Sure, it was just a thought. Have a good one. Thanks, man. You too. Ah, there are the errors. Failed prop type. Invalid prop anchor else. Applied to forward ref menu. Invalid prop anchor else. Okay, I kind of know where that is. I know where that is. App bar menu. App bar menu. Layout app bar menu? Sidebar? Which one? Sidebar? Line 30 app bar menu JSX. Do I have an app bar menu? Oh, right, user app bar menu. So you are complaining about anchor L. And why are you complaining? Invalid prop. Let me first see if there's a material UI. Main app bar line 49. Event.current_target. Should we call it menu links? Do I need authenticated? No, but I do need authenticating. User actions. Authenticated. Did I have such a thing? I have authenticate. Never authenticated. I don't think that even exists. Nope. prop types dot bool. And then we need a default. Authenticating set to false and logged in set to false by default. Cool, now it shouldn't complain as much. Why are you complaining? Oh, it's menu links. And logged in and log out. Okay, so we're not failed prop. App bar menu JSX line 30. Huh. So that solved that issue. But if I didn't do that, we had issues before, didn't we? Yeah. Look at all those issues. It's good to know that I did that, casting it to a boolean. Doesn't solve all the issues, but At least it solves the majority of them. Login will also have issues, won't it? Oh no, surprisingly it doesn't. I'm just annoyed with that one error we get. But we never get it again, it's weird. We only get it once on reload. Here's Ankarel. The DOM element used to set the position of the menu. That sucks because I'm not sure where this issue comes from. Failed prop type. Get content. Oh. Is there a get content? Doesn't look like there is. How old is this? I mean, it's worth a shot. Where do we have handle click? Where the hell does this person have a handle click? Handle request, open, anchor. Oh, there. For the button. Set it to the current target, handle click. Cool, let's see what that gives us. Okay, we've got an error here. So if I set this to null, just to test, let's see if this prevents those errors. Ah, it does. Okay, so now we know. Anchor L. Can I set it to null? Hey, it doesn't seem to give us an error anymore. What? Have we fixed it? So if I set it to null, it's fine. Until we click. No, we click and it's fine. Ha! Sneaky, so when I had it to false, then it was obviously broken. False is what broke it. Smart. Okay, so set it to null. Default state is null. And it's fixed. Sweet! No more issue. I wonder how other people handled it. Yeah, they set it to null. And then I'm coercing it to a boolean. Open, boolean, anchor L. So it's based on anchor L. So when you change anchor L, nice. Do you know how good that feels to solve that issue? Like, I didn't think we would get it. And now it's done, and it works. And no more errors. Man, that feels so good. And we have no more errors on our site. Okay, but we need to stop logging to we need to stop logging to this Redux. Where's that option? There was a setting here for it. Option. Where is the cog? Settings. That's weird. There was an option to turn it on, because it never used to show before. How do I make it stop logging? Where do these come from? These actions. I enabled them. Oh, could it be Redux Logger? Could that be it? Was it Redux Logger? Because I could have sworn I like ticked something and then it started displaying. Kind of regret doing that now. And if it is controlled by Redux Logger, then I should be able to disable it globally. Ah, oh, it's annoying. Why don't they have an option for that? What? I thought we solved this issue. How did we get this issue back? No, man. We solved this issue. Is it on login now? No, it's not. Is it old? It's so weird. Source roots index.js. Source roots. Right, no Axios. No use effect. Yeah, we're not gonna have a auth set auth. Does layout still take authenticated? Nope. So we can get rid of that. Auth menu, use effect is used. And then source app.jsx is missing dependencies. Source app.jsx is missing dependencies. What? Source app line 31 and 38. What about it? Has missing dependencies. Authenticate, failed, and logged out. Either include them or remove the dependency array. That's not really that important. It's just a warning anyway. Auth menu has use effects. What? Appbar auth menu.jsx. Alright, this one. Cool. And then we need to change React router to apparently be JSX. Cool guys, I think I've done everything that I need to do. Everything's working, we don't have any errors anymore, which is absolutely amazing. I'm really happy with that. Things work, we can log in, we can log out, we don't get errors. And the functionality is there as it should be. If we reload, there we go, we get the same user. Now if we log out, it wipes everything. And we're good to go and continue with the session. No errors, no issues. Perfect. I'm looking forward to continuing when I'm back. That means we can finally do that sign up form. There's nothing stopping us now. I've neatened everything that I need to neaten. I don't think it can get better than that for now. And yeah, I'll be back later. So I hope you guys have an awesome one, and I'll see you guys when I see you. Bye for now.